Check, 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 check. Check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Alright. Let's go. Okay, so where did we get to? I believe we have 2 paint contents. And we want to try and get that into one method. So let's just do paint content 2. We want to have this interface. Okay. So I'm going to make a new window, the same window, and then just go to line 6237. We want to try and combine this paint content and this paint content. What is the difference really? So one has a brush. I'm thinking that we take this one and get the brush. Get the brush out of it if we need it. So right now there is no brush. Where is it? Brush. So we've got paint mode enum value and data type. So this is where paint content is. If a painter needs a brush, we pass in the brush one, else it doesn't. The content brush is just a get focused content brush. So maybe we actually just pass in the optional reference of the content brush. So this just becomes an optional reference. We don't actually need paint content 2. See if that we can get away with doing that. So if we go to the interface, I'll go to the actual header. This is just opt ref content brush. is complete and painter requires brush. If brush and we do that. Okay, so that means here we can just do this. Actually, we don't even need to do the check. Painter needs brush. Right. So this is brush type. So I think this goes here. Yeah. So let's have a look at paint content. So what I want to do is just, we're only calling one paint content now. Just check it before we get rid of the other one. Oops. See if you can paint all the different types of content down. So we'll begin with this. The answer is no, we didn't. The preview works. So the preview is what's showing that little red box there. Paint content didn't work though. We need to actually flip it back. Does that already happen? The paint mode. It just flicks it to stamp. Okay. Like these. This collider here, this is collision, putting in collision, only works with stamp. Stamp means you just press the mouse button down as opposed to paint, which is drag the mouse button around. So paint mode, it's not telling me what it is stamp. So the result is empty, so for some reason it didn't actually paint it in. So this is for stamp. So we're going through each of these, brush or stamp. It would be nice to actually have a little routine that returns the compile time enum value out of a runtime one, if that's possible, because this is what this is doing. It's doing it in a loop. I'll have a look and see if we can do that when I'm a bit more warmed up. Okay, so we're stamping. This is for normal for the data type. So we're actually trying to, we're going all the way down to collider. Sprite window, grass, cloth, framed animation, tree, animated rig, sound, prefab, trigger, collider. So this is actually the one we want. Doesn't require a brush. There's no result. Oh look, I'm not actually calling it. That's why. So we do need, there we're checking that the brush is the content type. We need to do another check here to check that. We are painting on the right content. We're calling the right painter. How do we do that? Is included in edit mode. That's how we do it. And that goes there like that, actually. Content type, so what's the problem here? Sprite window. Look. It is complete. It needs to be complete. I was going to say if const expert not is complete painter, return. Oh, it needs to be else, unfortunately, for this to work. We might get away with doing that. Maybe. Yeah. So it's included in edit mode. Does some checks. That's also a const expr function. Can paint content. That's in the canvas. Okay, that's not const expr. I'm wondering if we can do this. Did not evaluate to a constant. Oh no, it's not const expr. Could make it const expr. Do you have a compile time edit mode? What we'll do is we won't have it. As const expr. I mean, we'll leave it like that, because if you're passing an actual literal, that would be fine. But here, this won't work. Let's see if this works then. Should end up here eventually. Yeah, cool. Alright, so let's just delete the breakpoints. I actually want to spend some time this morning looking at these comments that come out from DirectX. They get highlighted in green down here. These. Not sure what that element not found is. There we go. Okay, so we can't intersect it. For some reason. Definitely drawing right. Select content for Collider. Wherever that is. There. Data type Collider. Content Collider, 4 points, so it's this one. Or have they both got 4 points in? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they've both got 4 points. Let's just put in 5 points in there. Collider with 5 points. Collider with 4 points. Seems right. We're not able to go into. We are able to go into there. We're not able to go into there with here. We are running the collision code though. So does the collider have input boxes? That is the question. That has 22 input boxes. The one with 4 points has no input boxes. So where do these input boxes get added? It must be when we paint a collider in. Alright, so let's just load up where are we? Test up refab the collider. Collider with 4 points. It's this one. No input box. Didn't insert any input boxes. The input boxes is how it determines how to start doing the intersection. So let's just remove this collider out. There's 14 instances now. Let's run this again. And look at paint, content paint for collider. For stamp collider, here. So it doesn't look like it does. So it does collider content data. After edit didn't get called. Okay, that's why. After paint instance. So the collider's got after edit instance, which is not a thing anymore. So this is called after paint instance. And we'll put a breakpoint there to check that's getting called. And that's where the actual input boxes get generated. It's basically called when I release my mouse button. If I've just painted something like now, and then I'll release the mouse button. It didn't get called. After paint instance void. So let's just do one for normal, see where this is coming in. Must work on normal. So this is actually painting grounding. Okay, there we go. So where did that come from? Off the paint instance. Okay, so this didn't get called if it goes through this mode. Alright. Content get brush instances. So it didn't find. It just didn't find the instance ID. Result was empty. Interesting. Left mouse button up, left mouse button up. It's the same actual code path. It's just that result was empty. So when result is not empty, it should just stamp on the instance ID that we've just made. There we go. 029. It's actually not have that breakpoint for it to work. Okay. 334. Content brush instances 334. There it is. It's not finding it. My child. Going alright, thank you, yeah. Just getting going, really. Just been going half an hour. Hope you had a good weekend. Right, 651. The content brush instances 651 is there. Why is it not finding it then? Let's have a look at arg. Oh. Only tested one arg. That's weird. Have a quick look in find first and see what's going on there. Okay, so instance ID 1122. Content 1122 for the ID there. Doesn't like this. Okay, self it wants. 1122. So what index is that? Number 14. $12, $13, $14. So this one should be equal. 512. I think I'm going to have to rebuild that because that is dodge. Try that again. Still didn't find it. That's so strange. 774, right? Brush instances 774, number 15. $10, $11, $12, $13, $14, $15. So self. Yeah, 15. Self data plus 15. 774. So pointer 15. 774. The arg says it's 376. What? She's of course wrong. which is just completely junk memory. Almost as if it's not compiling properly. Alright, so rather than do the test, let's put the actual lambda in. See if this is any better. Like I'm doing find first all over the place. It's working. Right. Instance ID 695. Number 14. So that's correct, I think. No. Try that again. Okay, instance ID 141. Is there 141? Arg is 141. Instance ID doesn't seem to know what it is. 141, so that's correct. Getting no IntelliSense from instance ID, which is a shame. Should be 141. If we go back out, and go back in arg ID, so that's exactly the same. So if we turn whether that equals that, it says it does not. Why? What's going on there? That's very confusing. I want to just clean it and rebuild everything. Like, this is a static variable, so it should just be available here as statically. Alright. That was a full rebuild of everything, a clean rebuild. Right, instance ID 1856. Just stop stepping into it, hang on. Okay, 1856. Number 14. So self data 14. The ID is 1856. So comparing that ID, which is not available, which is a bit concerning. You'd think IntelliSense would be able to get that. Let's see if... One 1856. REX is just 1. Oh, we're gonna set that REX to point to it. So instance ID, which is in that memory location, I assume. So what REX is pointing to. It's just going to return 0. Obviously, instance ID is not being copied in for some reason. Okay. Test ID is instance ID, and let's just copy in. So compare with test ID. Test ID is 396. 306 even. So does this work then if we go up to 14? 306 arg ID is 306, so that does work. So why does it not work having the static? There. Okay. So the way to solve this, even though it's a little bit rubbish, is to go auto test ID is instance ID and compare the test ID with it. That's not right though. Should be able to compare the instance ID. Alright, let's put a breakpoint there and see if we end up in there. There we go. Not sure what's going on there. So go on after edit and then it builds all the input boxes. Okay, so what's going on? I'm not sure what's going on there. Why I have to do this? Because this is static, which means it should just be included in any lambdas. Let's have a look. Are static variables included in lambda capture? Lambda expression automatic storage duration. Have static storage duration in the body of lambda expression. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Come on. We can use global static variables without capturing them. Does that and then gives no examples. If I turn this to static, what happens? Only global static should be included. I don't know if that's right though. Is that definitely right? Explicitly. If I do that, that's an error. You know what I mean? Yeah. If I explicitly capture a static, it's an error. If I don't capture anything, oops. If I can get the syntax right. So I've got one static and one not, right? I actually have to capture test ID. The instance ID I don't have to capture. Is that C++ 20? I'm not sure when that came in, actually. My gut feeling is that came in with C++ 11 when lambdas came in, but I'm not sure. Okay. So it didn't, we actually have to call it. Right, okay. I'm not sure then. Yeah, look, static is 0. Instance ID is 0. Inside the lambda. Outside the lambda, it's not. This funk. So instance ID is 3300. And when we call func, it's 0. But it's not, it's 3300. It's only 0 inside func. But I can't capture it without causing a compiler. Weird. That's really weird, isn't it? It must be global. What I reckon's happening is it's capturing instance ID. It's capturing instance ID or the address of instance ID at compile time as a copy. Or something, I don't know. it starts as 0. So if I did like started it as max, it's like creating a copy at compile time or something, and using that instead of the updated version, like a static copy. It must be global. It must only work for globals. So instance ID is 161. Well, that looks like max to me. That's also strange because that's now doing something different. Oh, instance ID needs to be 0 for this actual logic to work. Should be fetching from the data section. It looked like it was just passing in the pointer to this. When I looked at it before. Yeah, look. Let's get rid of test ID for a sec. Zero 03 F001. How's it going? It's just a pointer to instance ID into RDX. Or whatever that value is, into RDX. As soon as I pop back out of it, it's got set. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. Could I actually have a look at that memory address maybe? And see what's in there. It's probably 0 that's in there. I mean, it's definitely 0 that's in there. Let's put a breakpoint here. Since ID, hang on. I mean, it's definitely not 0 because it's let it into this function in the first place. It needs to be... It needs to be here, the breakpoint. Because it happens when the mouse button goes up. Alright. Different. It looks like different memory addresses. No, it isn't. 7F8. No, it is. 7B8. 7F8. So I'm looking at 7F8. It's looking at 7B8. 7B8. So it's looking at a different memory address for some reason. Is this inside a template? It's difficult to, well, no, not really, no. No, it's not. Even though these are templated, they're kind of not really. It's just an unrolled loop. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It is a global thing, but I didn't think that was the case. Maybe it is the case. They're definitely pointing at different places in memory anyway. Yeah, there we go. I think. I don't have IntelliSense for instance ID anymore, so it's difficult to say. If we look at content, it should be set to one of the brush instances. 836, yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's like, it's cause it's in, it's not in global scope. But I just didn't think that was the case. I thought you could have statics in function scope as well. And it's a really, really weird error. They actually have to look at the assembly to... So we'll leave that. We'll do this. We'll leave that. We'll do it like that. I just have to remember that in the future. One of the lambdas is a template. Lift the static higher than those lambdas. So you would say up here. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's only an unrolled loop when it's not a debug build. Actually anonymous, isn't it? So it makes a difference if it's in a template then? Is that what you're saying? If it's static in a template? Yeah, look, 188. So it gives it a different static per template. Different address per template. That's definitely worth knowing. I don't have that. Be strange if template instances didn't get their own statics. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. That's definitely what's, because this is not happening in the actual. This is coming back later to determine this, and it must be coming back later in a different content brush, basically. Yeah, so like a different version. Yeah, I think it's going to be safer then to actually do it out here. Like this. Yeah, thanks for that. That's awesome. Those instances would have different addresses. Well, they'd be different. Yeah, they'd be different. Literally different functions or different methods. Different functions, I suppose, in this case. Each one getting its own static. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nice one. Anyway, so that gets us hopefully those input boxes now. Which means I can... Oh, did it not get called again? So it does get called. It needs to saying it. Ooh. Okay, yeah. We need this actually. Then maybe we were looking at the wrong one. Okay, now I know what's going on. Yeah, you are right. We'll leave that there. So it actually needs to be we need to do a check there as well. Yeah, what was happening is it was coming through looking at a different brush type, running through it, and we weren't doing this check, and it was probably setting it to 0. We need to do this check. Let's see if that works. There we go. So let's check that still works with grass as well. Where are we now? Yeah, we're in grass now. Okay, that's fine. That's working now. I think that's it then. It basically needs to set it in the same edit mode as it gets it back out again. That's basically what's happening there. So now we can actually select it. Awesome. That means I think we can get rid of this paint content, which was the goal in the first place. Awesome. Right, so we check that in. I'm going to move on to making ponds. Content brushes. Right now they aren't. Alright, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, make a cup of coffee, and then we'll do that. Back in 2 minutes. Thanks for your help, 03F001. That was awesome. Thank you. Be back in 2 minutes. Hey. I'm gonna check that coffee time thing worked. Didn't feel like I'd been gone for more than 2 minutes. Oh well. Okay, cool. So, ponds. Game board content. Board pond. So we're gonna rename this to pond content data to start with. Stick those operators into the CPP file there. So how we want to do this? Where's the list of all the pairs? Here we go. Here. So let's take the pond stuff and the pond properties as well. Up to where the pairs are defined. Put it here. And then I want to make a new one called pond. Human type pair. Pond content data. Right. Get brush instance bounds. So we need to get brush instance bounds for ponds. Auto pond. Put this in here. Do this. If river. Basically the same. I think pond has get bounds, we'll see. So translate offset plus instance position. Right then. So we need to write a renderer for the pond. I think what we're gonna do to begin with is just draw. I could draw it all, I suppose. So content brush draw. So actually a lot of this stuff can go, you know. We'll get rid of it later. Alright. So a renderer, content brush renderer for ponds. Copy the river one. Content brush instance renderer pond. So it's just like this. Pond content data. Pond. Just like that. So we need root. We do have root content. So this is just Z. Hey Dennis, B2 Dennis, thanks for the raid. Hope you're alright. Much appreciated. Working on ponds, just started working on ponds. Well, ponds already can get drawn, but I'm changing the editor a little bit. So we're moving ponds, as in bodies of water, into the new style, the new editor system at the moment. Which the reason I'm changing the editor around is so it can we can make prefab brushes. So you can make like little prefabs, and the prefabs turn into brushes. I'll show you in a sec when I get this building. Draw reflections. Let's see. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. This is just root content. Hope you had a good stream. Boom and Chew, how's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. So this is the level editor for any raiders that are here. And these are all each, so you've got like cloth, collider. This is just called normal data. You've got lights, trees, sounds and triggers and rivers and animated rigs. These are all different types of content data for the editor, and I'm moving the editor system, like content system, over to use these things called content brush instances, which are integrated with like the prefab system in the engine. So this is a .prefab file, which means that when I draw stuff into here, it makes a brush out of it. So if I just open up this prefab test, you can see that there's two of them in here. So if I go to like, if I select this one, you can see that I can just like draw it in. So all the new types of content, all the types of content are going into this new system, so they can be used as prefabs in the prefab system. And right now we're doing ponds, which just looks like this. So these are like whoops, it's a bit buggy actually, which is good because we're going to redo it. Ponds currently are not in the prefab system. Is it 3D? Just stacked 2D. It's 2D, yeah, it's 2D with a few kind of like 3D-ish, trying to imitate 3D. Some of the stuff's not actually working at the moment. So like the lights usually cast God rays out, but that's not actually in at the moment because that isn't actually integrated into this new rendering that I'm doing. And they cast shadows, and then these cast reflections usually as well. But it's 2D mostly. Yeah, the cloth. Yeah, it's weird. It's just a 2D. So you just draw something in Photoshop and bring it in here, and then say it's cloth, and then you give it vertices, width and height, and then it's just a cloth. And then these are like anchor points. So if I like turn these off and then resave it, you see it drops down there now. So it's just attached by 2. Or maybe that's how it always works, I can't remember. But yeah, you can put different anchor points on. So you could have like a flag. So you could like anchor down there and it would be a flag. But then you'd have to have wind keep blowing it up and stuff like that. Yeah, so now it's just connected. It's connected all along the top now. Wait for some wind to blow through. Whereas if I like disconnected them all, and then saved it, it's just there. It's cool though. Yeah, cheers. What graphics API am I using? It's DirectX 12 at the moment. Yeah. But the render is like split into 2 parts, so you could swap the back end of it for a different API if you wanted. And you just need to implement the Vulkan specific stuff. Or whatever you want to use, metal, OpenGL. Yeah, it is good. So like day to day, I'm not really interacting with DirectX. I just interact with the front end of the renderer, which is the canvas object. So it's got all sorts of draw calls in it. And then there's another type of canvas. There's an editor canvas which has like UI widgets in it as well. And then, if you want to implement something special, you could go in like, I've just finished pre-production on a game with the engine. And right now I'm just building this prefab system out before I actually start properly making the game. And that's going to have lots of visual effects and stuff. And that's probably just going to get coded in rather than build some kind of visual effects system. So that'll be more DirectX stuff. But hopefully not much more. It's quite versatile right now. It just, there will be some like game specific render paths that need to happen probably in the back end of the renderer. But yeah, I'm going to do ponds now. Oops. So that would be the basic renderer for the pond. In the new system, or how to render a pond anyway. So in the editor, the game board editor, we're going to set the default edit mode to pond now. Ponds. And then what I need to do is implement a content painter for it. So if we look for content painter for rivers, let's have a quick look at the type of things. So we're going to say it's for stamping. So there's two different things. You can stamp or you can like drag the mouse around, and that's like brushing, I think it's called. Brushing. With ponds, I think it is a brush because you like hold the mouse down and then you drag out the pond. So let's just say, or maybe it's not. I don't know, we'll go with it. Yeah, it's quite intense, for sure. Even 2D, quite a lot. Depends how far you want to take it though, really. If you want a full level editor and stuff, it's definitely a lot. If you want to write all of your UI widgets, like text box and combo boxes and everything, it's definitely a lot of work. Been writing this one about 2 years. It's not the first engine I've made. It's got a bunch of stuff, like it's not just the level editor. I'll show you. So this is obviously this makes the prefabs. There's a similar one for where you want to make levels, and they're called .room files. But it's also got stuff like dialogue trees. So this is a set of dialogue trees for an NPC. So I've just finished in July I finished prototyping the game. And this was just some stuff with the prototype. So this is like Jenny's an NPC in the game, and you can just give her conversations, and then these evaluate from left to right, and you put conditions on them. So this is condition quest has state, and the state is started. So if the quest has started, she speaks this dialogue, which was like, how's the quest going? This means Jenny gives you, so a blueprint in the game is like, it's to do with crafting. So how you get crafting recipes. Radar coordinates, that was part of a quest. This is just to test if you could get an NPC to give you an item. NPC to give you a quest. This is NPC if you're a different playable character. So you can also play as droids in the game. If you're a droid, Jenny will give you, different dialogue. Or if she's like a shop, and then default, and then it's got like a behavior system. So this is Jenny's patrol. So patrols are like going from one place to another in the game world. And you can assign patrols at like different times of day. You can say whether NPCs can have fast travel or not. So the fast travel in the game's like, it's not just like click on a point on a map. It's like there's two types of fast travel. There's like a monorail. So you're on a space station, and the space station has a monorail, and it has stations around, monorail stations around the space station. So you can fast travel using the monorail, or it's got like teleportation. So like Star Trek style beaming. So like teleport rooms. And NPCs can catch the monorail and do that as well. So you give them patrols, and then you can assign behaviours to the patrol as well. So you can either assign it to the entire patrol. So behaviour is like what an NPC might do under certain conditions. Like you go up and talk to them, they might behave a different way. Or you want to make them hostile in combat. So you can assign them to full patrols, or you can put activity nodes on the patrols and assign behaviours just to that activity node. So they'll get to a location and then they'll do an activity. And the activity is usually a behaviour. And then behaviours are called brain files. And so this is a behaviour. This is just a general behaviour for combat. So you can assign this behaviour to any NPC, and it'll make it hostile. It'll run this behaviour tree, which makes it hostile in certain situations and want to attack you. So you like build these green nodes. So these are like code. This is code in the game. This it's just executing code based on certain conditions. What else is there? Quests. You can do quests is another thing. So you can build quests out. It's only a really simple quest. Called It's a Trigger Hunt. And it was just a quest to go from point A to point B, really, in the world. But it's just testing the quest system. Cutscenes as well, wherever they are. This is a cutscene, and then so it's again node based, but then you have timelines, and timelines have blocks, which that operates the camera. A lot of it's not working because I am just messing with the data layouts of the levels. So unfortunately I can't really show you anything. But in a few months they'll all be back working again. But yeah, there's all sorts of cool stuff. Because I'm putting everything into this prefab system, it's changing the actual data layout of the game levels. Which means can't really load them at the moment because it's got a different data layout to what's expected. I can't compile them anyway. Alright. So I want a content painter. I think we are going to make it stamp only. We'll have to just see how this goes. And we'll put in the preview. Oops. And all we'll do is we'll just draw a rectangle. Get a paintbrush. We'll just draw it at the brush position. So I'll just say brush dot position inflate 0.5. Okay, cool. We also need to implement this. It's going to be different for different for ponds. So we've got this thing where it says stamp only content data. That's if we want to actually turn. So you can either paint or stamp, and that's a combo box. If you put it in here, I think if you select it, it automatically turns it to stamp, which is not really a thing in ponds. Okay, so we actually need to use this system now. So draw game board, or tick game board, tick board panel. So if we're in ponds, the goal is to actually get rid of all these different methods, just replace it with this. So all these currently use that. So after this, we've got nav mesh, then regions, then paths, and then we're done. Then we're done. So if we see a little rectangle, then we're hooked into the new system, basically. Not yet. Okay, we need to do this. Content mode type pen. So we need to do enum type pair, e-game content, edit mode, pond content data. So that associates the edit mode we're in, which is which button I've got clicked down the right hand side with what content data we are looking to edit or insert. Right. So we're going through each one of those. There we go. Wasn't actually, so it is drawing it, I just wasn't actually seeing the white. For some reason. Weird. Ah, wrong coordinate space. So actually we're drawing it in the world. Try that again. Right, there we go. So this is going to be basically a little widget. So right now, the way ponds work is we click on it and then we pull the pond out. Is that what we actually want to do? So on rivers, it gives us this widget and we can like inflate it like this. That might be preferable to pulling the pond out. And some kind of widget that we scroll with the mouse wheel. I think we'll do it that way. Okay. So it's almost the same, really. Except we want to draw a circle. Or we want to draw like a spline. 4 points in it. Do you want to know where we actually generate this spline? We just do ponds.reset cursor position radius. Right. Saying the radius is 0. So the brush, the actual paintbrush in it has a radius. Do we want to use that? What are we using? We're just using a static radius, I think, in here. We'll do the same with this. And then we'll do static pond content data. Call it preview pond. Reset radius. What is it? Reset position radius. So that's brush dot position radius. there actually whether it is set or not. And then we'll do for auto P in preview pond spline get points. So how are we actually drawing them? Draw lines in world. It's easier than that. Auto keys. What's that? Canvas, draw lines in world. P's, color, 1 in max. So let's see, rather than drawing the quad, let's see if we can draw a pond with radius 5. Just the lines, just like the actual spline. And then the goal would be to on the mouse wheel increase and decrease the radius. There we go. So it's just basically this code again. Depends as well, this is going to do a radius of up and down by 1, which is going to be quite a big step. Oh, we need to quit the zoom as well. Clear the hover box. That means that if you do this, the camera hover input is when the mouse is hovering over a place where we can zoom the camera. So if we clear that, it means it's never happening. So the camera will never zoom. Which is what we want. There we go. So it's going up and down by 1. I think we kind of need to if this doesn't work, if this doesn't feel right, we can go back to dragging it out. We'll actually drag down the I think that's kind of nicer because I can specifically say, alright, we want it just in there like that, in between the tree and the barrels. I was dragging it. I don't know. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Okay. So that gives us basically our little widget. When we stamp one in, it's here in Rivers. It's just this really. So we're actually just going to send in the preview pond. I'll give it the same ID though. So the question is, do we want to make one? So we'll do new pond. We'll do new pond, reset radius, brush position. Well, just position. Ah, no, it's 0, isn't it? So we're going to make it relative to the brush position, the brush instance position. Radius. And then we'll just move the new pond into there. Alright, cool. So now we just need to get content. Which is that. Then we actually need to set result to be instances index. So that should just make a new pond. And set it to be focused as well. Let's check that works. I think it made one. Because it put a little star there. Okay, there's some kind of weird, it's triggered some weird rendering bug though. If we save that and actually look at the level, here we go. Right, so it made one. It looks like it made one okay. The origin, yeah, the origin is 0, 0. Distance field. Ah, so we need a distance field for it. Right, how does that work? Need to save this distance field path. That must be how it generates the actual pond shape using a distance field. Bunch control points, we call generate points. Nothing to do with distance field though. That's something we need to figure out. Okay, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to go to the loo. I'll be back. Yeah. So first things first, if I don't have a distance field, we shouldn't be able to render the pond. So I'll probably fix that. So pond, get a pond. This token here, begin pond. It returns a blank reflection token. Maybe this needs to return an optional reflection token. So the river calls begin river section internal. That always just returns a token. The ponds don't. So what I might do is make these optional. So now I'm calling begin. So we're going to say if token, we do that. Explicitly saying 0 there for drawing reflections as well. I think that has to be token Z, maybe. Yeah. And then on the rivers it's the same. Alright, so let's see if that fixes it. So this is part of the old system, this. I'm just going to if 0 this out. This is not being used now. Because it's got a dependency, you know, it needs the It needs the camera, it needs the distance field, and it needs the distance field to be resident. Oh, if it's not resident though. No, yeah, that's... If it's not resident, does it need to call end? No. I think that's fine. So hopefully now when I add a pond it doesn't mess up the rest of the rendering. Looks like it does though. Weird. Oh, it's okay. It's the outliner. It's the intersect content for it. Okay. We'll get to that. So how are we generating the distance field? We need to pass a path. Editor get current path. To set the distance field, I assume. Yeah, IMF32. So we want new pond editor get current path. That should set the distance field, or allow it to set the distance field. So we'll just stamp one in and then we'll just check the file and see if there's a distance field somewhere. So we'll save it. There we go, distance field.
Running soon.
Okay. Ponds. There is no actual file there though. So how do we generate that file? So the distance field. Here we go. It's in refresh. So reset doesn't refresh it, weirdly. So are we calling refresh anywhere? On refresh. Reset doesn't call refresh. I think reset should call refresh. So we just call refresh. There. And that should in theory generate that distance field for the... It does go through all this stuff. And even fill generator stuff. Okay, that's really slow. That might be why. Okay. I'll refresh separately then. There we go. Right, so now we've got at least one, but we didn't save it. Something happened. Something weird happened on save there. Let's go. This has got an actual dependent asset now. So if I delete it, it's gonna leave files about the place. No, it didn't. Okay, so what does save messed it up there? Save is obviously doing something. When we do pond content data and save it. You got some weird reflections going on as well. Ugh. Obviously incorrect. Saving it broke it for some reason. Deleted this. Two ponds. So that goes back down to 14 now. So why did saving it delete the distance fields? Because that's what's causing the problem. So now we have in there a distance field. Probably to do with the old content cache this. content cache. So there's two systems. There's an old and a new content cache. So when we save a prefab, we're gradually replacing this one. I think what I want to do is just return. And not do any ticking of the old content cache. So that's gone away there. Something about that deleted it in the old system. Okay, let's just go to File, Delete, see what's happening here. Okay, clean internal. So what's this? Game board content, clean internal is dirty, true. IMF 32. So it's not actually finding the IMF 32. Ponds. So we need to do an else if for ponds. Yeah, this should be a little bit better really. We need to actually associate a data type with its dependent assets on disk really. It's basically the same as this one, I believe, except we're looking for pond content data. This is data. If data alpha mask distance field path equals asset file dot path. It's not dirty. So now in theory we should save it. There we go. And then if we undo it and save it, the pond disappears. We redo it, it breaks. Right then. So that must be... Oh, that must be called if we on a save. It really just needs to be called when the level is opened. Yeah, like that shouldn't be called on a save. It should just be called when the level is opened. Calling clean internal. Clean needs to be, it just needs to be called when the level is opened, I believe, rather than every time we save. Because we might, you know, undo and then redo. We might save, it deletes a load of files, and then if we undo, maybe it's because they're in the content cache. Maybe we need to place it in the content cache. It's a texture. When we make a new one, call refresh, we just write it to file. Maybe we need to place it into the content cache as well. What would that be? Content cache 2, place content. It needs to be a texture. I think IMF32s are textures in the content cache. So we need to make it into a texture. Because it will remain in the content cache even if we delete the underlying asset, it's still in the content cache. I delete it off the disk, and then when we save it, it needs to get saved. I want to see actually, because we've got other things like these alpha masks, how that works. Ah, look. We save the content. Okay, so that's what we need to do. If we save it, we need to resave it. So we need the alpha mask. Okay, so when we actually render the pond, we call begin pond. It calls get resident texture handle. It's already a texture. Because pond get distance field, which does CC get. Yeah, okay, good. So what we actually need to do is a similar load thing here, but for the pond content data. And this is mask is dirty. This is not mask, this is pond. we're going to see if we can get rid of that. This is just pond. Distance field. So if we make a pond and we save it, and we delete it and we save it, and we undo it, we redo it, it's broken. No, it finds both of them. Weird. So how many ponds have we got there? Just the one. Okay, let's remove this pond. So what's happening here? So to make sure that we save the content, we actually save the distance field. We didn't do it. Where are we now? Image. Can write editor asset to file. Maybe we don't have a right to file. So we have a right to file for image, not for texture. Okay. So we've got IMF32 for image. So we call write to file on the image, which calls write to memory, which works with all of those. Maybe we need to actually convert it to an image and write it to a file, or write it to a file directly. Yeah. I say if path has extension IMF32. So how does this work in the actual game board content? Pond refresh. Oh, it's literally an image. So I'm wondering, actually, maybe can we do save content as a specific type? We can't. Well, it should save it as an image. Hang on. But it's not been loaded as an image, that's the thing. It's been loaded as a texture. So when we render a pond, you see, we go begin pond, which goes get resident texture handle. No, it's not there. It's pond get distance field. It gets it as a texture. Maybe we need to get it. If we get it as an image, it would just work. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get it as an image. And then that means we don't need write to file for texture. Let's just check then. Oops. Right. What's this? Default level generator. So this is just get width. This is get height. Append ponds. Okay, so the distance field, it needs to be a texture. So texture. Read from memory. Raw texture reader with ID. The ID is distance field, get ID, width height format, distance field get width, distance field get height, texture format, get texture format I think it is. For distance field, get which distance field? And then the data is distance field, get data, get pixels, distance field, get size, bytes, okay, and that's the distance field texture. Alright, while these ads are running, I'm just going to go and grab a cup of coffee. Let's do this first. Back in 2 minutes.
Where do you hide on a quiet night when your fears are nestled by your side? The TV screen burns too bright. You sit and talk, ghosts behind your eyes. Don't rush me, I just want a little more time. Everyone grows colder, we all just want to start again. Don't rush me, I just want a little more time. Standing on the shoulder, looking for a promised land.
All right. So compiling, and we're using the pond distance field as images rather than textures, which is no problem really. What that means, hopefully, is it should get saved. Textures really aren't designed to be loaded and saved from disk, really. I mean, you can load it in, I suppose. It's meant to be just something that lives on the GPU. Okay. So we're not able to get it. Empty. Alright. Construct one. For image. I bet this doesn't load IM32's read from file. Oh, it does. .872. Okay, so it's not actually able to load this. Container are we in? Image. So we're saying images don't hold. Container hold IMF32. They do not. What we do now? Okay, now we can load it. There we go. So, let's check. Let's remove the pond again. And see if it's actually getting saved back to disk properly. Here, coming into write to file. So we make a pond, save it. Yeah, that is definitely getting written. So if we undo it, actually writing a lot of things to disk there. And then we redo it. There we go. So if we undo it, save, it's gone. We redo it. Oh, it's not in the content cache. Does it get removed then? Save. Yeah, I reckon it is getting removed. Save, then redo, it's gone. So let's just, does this actually work with the, this is actually a bug with the alpha masks as well. We do this. So if we undo it, save and redo it, yes it is, look at that. That's good, right, nice one. So to fix this, we're just going to run the clean whenever it's loaded, whenever it's opened, not on every save. So clean is called never, apparently. Clean internal. It's called on construct one. Because when we save it, it's reconstructing it basically. That's what's happening. So clean internal really just need to be called there. It needs to be called when it's loaded. Which is in initialize. So we could do it on an after, we could make an after initialize. We call make asset, which does calls construct one. Let's do an after initialize then. After initialize, it's only after startup though. Here's the thing, when you call construct one, it doesn't know if it's at startup or not. If it's at startup, we could just call it. We could ask it if it's an editor. Is asset edit type? Could say if context is asset editor type. We don't know, so we're gonna go. It's that. If it's an editor type, we can do asset. We need to know what type of editor it is.
Feet up on the dash and the calling open road. Road trip classics on the radio. With your hand tied in mine, there's no such thing as time. Now we can go anywhere you wanna go. Ooh, there's no place we can go. Ooh, my home is when I'm alone with you.
We're doing it on game board content. Actually, there. Could do it here. Can we do p new clean? Only works on the game board content. Oops. I don't know how we do this then. Could ask if it's game board content, couldn't we? So we are in initialize. P new. So the type is game board content. Okay. If context bear, or if asset, game board content. To game board content, the asset. It does have an unwrap. No. Asset, set. Editor asset. Content. Okay. So asset, content, try and wrap. Weak point of game board content. Oh. Auto content is that. If context spur standard is same. Do that. So we'll clean it just when we initialize it. There we go. So that means we don't do it here. So we should actually be calling clean internal when we load up. Oh. All right. Okay, so if we just draw out so we save it, we undo it, we save it, we redo it, it comes back. Yes, there we go. If you undo it and we save it. Okay, so what we need to do now is when we do clean, the test one should actually test prefab. This should clean some stuff up. This should clean up some alpha masks. Oh. That's coming back as a brush. Test prefab. That's coming back as a brush 322. Yeah. Oh, it is getting the brush. It's getting the brush because it is a brush. It's a prefab brush. So it needs to be clean internal. Okay, that needs to be it. We actually need to pass in V. What is V? V.path. So as soon as this clean works, we can move on. This just means that, like, we'll do a clean of all of the directories and stuff when we just open the editor. Okay, so we should be deleting some stuff. Yes. Alright, so let's delete this pond. Like that. And then what we want to do is make one, save it, delete, undo, redo, that works. Undo, save, redo, that works. Undo, save. And then when we reload, it should delete it. IMF32, because it's not needed anymore. Awesome. Okay. So now what we need to do is we might not, when we're actually writing it, we might not need to save the file anymore. Now we've done that. So in-game content for pond. When we're doing this, we might not need to do it anymore. Because it never gets deleted off disk. We'll do it just in case it does get deleted off disk, like, you know, manually. Right. So now we can do intersect content for pond. So intersect content for pond. So river, whatever that is, intersect content for river. Do it for pond. That. And then let's put a breakpoint there. And then we'll do draw intersect candidate for pond as well. So return false for now. This music's mental. It's quite good. I feel like I'm on holiday in France. So, how do we do this with rivers? Called get input bounds. We test all the quads. I don't think we have the luxury of all the quads in ponds. It has a bounds. The bounds is like a square. We need like a bunch of things. Like the ponds might be all sorts of weird shapes and stuff. It's not just a square. So I think what we need is we need to do a similar thing that we did with collision, where we had these input boxes. actually so I'll put them after distance field path. And this is just a group of basically boxes which we'll lay over the top of the pond, which we can do collision detection with, just like the broad phase, before we actually properly intersect. Or maybe not. We could just detect on these boxes. And then we need to make them. So we're going to go for auto box and pond input boxes, canvas, draw quad, in world, box.translate. So we need to actually, the position is the instance position plus offset position plus offset. Box.translate to position. What I might actually do is make it an outline. So at least we'll see what we're testing against. And we'll go what do we want to do? B box. No. Pond input boxes. We'll do that. Because what we want to do is we want to actually add an input box. Which is the box translate position, and the ID is the pond ID with B. And then we can say if canvas is hot input box. Draw the quad. So I'm going to say auto bounds is that. So I'll just do that. So now I just need to generate these input boxes. We're That might be quite hard because it might not be a convex shape. We're going to have to load the distance field from to do this properly. And test it in the distance field. Okay. So the content painter pond, we want an after preview for it. Is it after preview? We probably do want an undo redo as well for the radius and stuff. Okay, we'll do these first. We'll just copy one of these just to make sure it's correct. So we want to push on pond painter radius and pond painter preview pond. I'm gonna do get data, but we also want to do the next add data as well first. And it's not an after preview, it's like an after paint instance. After paint instance, that's what we want. And this is where we can go ahead and generate these input boxes. I might just call this because they're not editors anymore. They are painters now. So we're going to have to load the distance field. So auto pond equals instance get data on content data. I'm going to go auto distance field is pond cc get image pond distance field. Or we can just say pond get distance field. Like that. So now if the distance field is set, we're inside the pond basically. So we need to go, we need the cursor position in world space. We need to just do it. We need a test P. Okay. Well, we don't have the canvas though. Okay, these need to have canvas in them. can do canvas, cursor position in world. I know we don't need the actual after doing all that. We're not doing the intersection here. We need to get bounds. Pond. It's just bounds basically. Pond bounds. Woot dragon. How's it going? What am I up to? Putting ponds in the new prefab editor thing. Specifically right now, just doing the mouse intersection for it. So you can intersect a pond. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're alright. Right, so we need to go for auto y equals bounds.y. Y is less than bounds.y plus bounds.height. Y plus plus. I'm wondering if we should convert it here. How does this work? I never remember how to do these calculations. That'd be alright, that. Working on a website? Oh, cool. Oh, really? Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, what's your website? I'll have a look at it. If it's up, if it's live. That puts it into pixel space, but it's from 0, 0. No, it's not from 0, 0, actually. Oh, live and look. Yeah, okay, cool. No problem. So it's from the middle, this. So it's really just 0, 0. I will do pond bounds.width, pond bounds.height. Let's put world unit. And then we're going to cast rat to erect eye. Like that. Have to make sure that we are testing the right part of the texture. So we might do this. So y is going to be equal to y. No. Bounds.height minus y. Basically, I think that's what it is. Oh yeah, definitely. It's okay as long as there's no singing, I don't mind. Sometimes there's singing, but it kind of puts me off a little bit. Okay, so now we can actually test. And it's not plus. We're testing every pixel there. We only need to do every ppwu, pixels per world unit pixel. Which I think is just set. It's just 32. So it's plus equals 32. To be that way around. Maybe we do have to check them all. Actually. I think we actually do need to check them all. After having done that, been coding since 1892. Yeah, pretty much. I'm actually a vampire, really. been coding for a long time. I don't know the exact year. Since like I was like 15 or 16, maybe. Like properly coding anyway, without just not just kind of like messing about. So obviously we can't do that. If not bounds, return. We'll go bounds. Y. So we'll go vector IP is y is bounds dot height minus y x. That's what we'll do. I think that's the point in the pixel. That's the pixel we actually need to check. Delicate it starts to get when you get so much code. Yeah, that's a real skill to develop. That's like really good coders can manage that better. Like that's what kind of this expandability means, really. You can expand the code and change the code without breaking everything. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, actually. Because this is a lot more kind of robust to change and expandability than the other way. The other way, like with the rivers, for instance, like the widgets was so complicated that the code was quite spaghettified for it. So you write it in a different way to try and have that not happen. So in theory, this is the actual pixel we want to test. Let's try that then. So we have our distance field, we have the pixel we want to test. If the pixel is set, it's inside. I mean, it's like process of doing full, yeah. In the process of doing a full, all right, yeah. Yeah, it can be quite... You need to have a good dev setup, I find, for doing website stuff. You need to have good... You need to be able to debug PHP and stuff. With breakpoints and everything, or at least I do. Because then it gets a bit too hard to debug with printf debugging. The design, yeah. That's right, yeah. Well, that's a skill you've developed, Fu Manchu, isn't it? It's the same with me. It takes a little bit longer, or I might have to write things a few times to get on the right design for expandability. Yeah. I never really try, unless I know exactly what I'm doing, I never really try and restrict anything for me to try, if you know what I mean. I'd be like, oh, I'll just try this and see what happens. And I think you end up on good designs that way, rather than just implementing things once and leaving it alone, or just trying to do it how you've done it in the past. Try new things all the time. Alright, I'm just going to go to the loo while these ads are on. It'll be 2 minutes.
Du soleil, elle est bien souvent dans la lune. Les fenêtres de son paraître, de la brume.
That's why you're a lead programmer, Fu Manchu, because you know how to do that. That's top tier coding ability, I think. Being able to write something that's robust to change. Okay, so this is the dimensions of the distance field with the Y flipped.
Serait-elle une fille des étoiles? Serait-elle une fille des étoiles?
That 340 is going to be immediately out of bounds. That's good. I like that though. Rui, is that your name? Rui. Nice to meet you. Yeah, Rui. Cool. Nice. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this refactor, actually. I'm trying to like get points where you can just write the different bits. So this, when you're doing this is a content painter. So when this happens, it's when you're painting content. You don't have to actually check that the conditions are correct to paint the content. That should have already happened. So when you have different types of content, you just implement the bit which generates the content. And hopefully that means in the future when I add new content, it's more robust to change. Just don't have to like worry about the condition. You know, like, are we generating with a mouse click, or are we generating with a mouse drag, or are we generating it with like some VR system or whatever? I don't know. You nod your head forward and it puts some content into the world. So that is obviously oh nice, yeah, Stalker 2, yeah, cool. Yeah, you're having a bit of a break, aren't you, at the moment from doing it, you're saying? Or was it that just from streaming? I can't remember. So this is obviously -1. Yeah, yeah, cool. So this just gives us all of our pixels to test. So it's like juggling so many systems and projects. Yeah, yeah. So for this it's quite big for my brain now. So obviously like I need to go back. I need to like, it's hard for me to keep it all in my head at the same time. So when I'm trying to do it where I do a chunk of engine coding, which is getting to the end of this now, and then a chunk of game coding, hopefully. And then I can just live in one world for a bit rather than trying to keep the whole thing in my head. I'm hoping actually like after I do this, there won't be much more engine coding to do. At least on the editor. And then I can live in gameplay land maybe for like a year. Maybe I'll do gameplay coding for a year after this. Try and get like a decent game underway. Okay, so auto pixel, it's distance field, get pixel, float. Is that gonna work? Didn't catch the problem statement. We were just talking about trying to write code that's resistant to breaking when you change it, which I would consider like top tier coding if you can do that. And it's hard to keep in your head. Like this program's now at a size where it's hard to keep in my head all of it. So you need to write code that you can easily like jump back to and read a bit and then realize what's going on. If that's what you meant. All right. Nope, it's not there. Doing some intersection tests. Ah, right, okay. So I've got a pond. And it's got like this distance field around it. So you can actually manipulate the points and you can have ponds of all sorts of weird shapes. So I need to be able to intersect with the mouse so I can move it around. So what I'm doing is when you actually, after you've painted it or after you've modified it, you run this function which loads the distance field and it's just going to build up like a grid, a rough grid, probably of 1 world unit squares, and we'll just test against that. I think we'll either test against that or we'll do some kind of test against it, and if it collides we might look into the distance field and do a proper test. The river of life is flowing. Yeah, it's life to death. It flows into a blood red river. So I'm just going to do intersection like that, I think. So if we want per pixel, we could do that. We could just look at I call it input boxes. So we're building up a grid of input boxes that we can test against. If we collide with an input box, we could load up the distance field and actually check the pixel in the distance field as well. and then that'll be a per pixel collision in, or intersection. Hopefully. Okay, so this doesn't crash, which is good. Oh, actually, we don't know if it crashes because. Oh no, it doesn't crash. Doesn't crash. So it's meant to be a pond or a bright light. So it's going to be ponds. Obviously, it doesn't look too convincing at the moment because there's no reflection or anything. But when it's like in with all reeds around it and stuff, and it's not just like a weird circular shape, it'd be like this, you know, it could be like a kidney shape or any kind of shape really. This music's crazy. The pond is a rect signed distance field. It's not signed, it's just a distance. So it's just if it's not 0, then I know it's inside the pond. If you know what I mean. But yeah, it's like that basically. So I can say like, if there's a pixel, I just have to check that I can actually get floats out of an image. I'm not sure if I've done that before. Outer ring needs to flow in and out. Yeah, I mean, the way it will look is different, I think. Or at least I'll work on how it's got all sorts of properties you can modify, and you can alter the depth and stuff so you can see like the pond, the floor of the pond and stuff like that. I'm going to change this music. What I want to do first though is just check that getting that is correct. Should be okay. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird music on this royalty-free radio stuff. Yeah, I think it's fine. So if there's a pixel, it means we're inside it. And then we can grid, put the XY on a grid. And there you go. So if there's a pixel, we need to put it on a grid. So GX X mod pixels on a CPU. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It's not a shader now. This only needs to happen like once. Or if you modify the pond shape, it needs to happen again. But yeah, just one time. So we're just going to say T-array vec2i grid is there in place unique, add unique gx gy vec2i. Something I learned the other day was about const. Ah, right, cool. What did you learn? So I already felt that was quite slow, which it would be. No, that's not what I want to do. What I want to do. That. Do I use const a lot? I use it sometimes, yeah. Yeah, try to. Alright. So we'll just do well, that is just it in world unit. Is it just it in world unit? It's kind of it in world units. You need to flip it. I heard that const makes variables read only. Yeah, that's right. It's makes variables read only. It also tells you if a function's going to have any side effects on the class or the argument as well, which is a good thing. So what I mean is that if you call something, is it going to modify either an argument to the function or the object that you're calling the function on or with? That's where I find it most useful. So we're going to find an example of that. So is focused inputs marked const, which means if you call this, it's not actually going to change anything about Gameboard Editor. Or if you pass const in like this, it means calling this is not going to change anything about content or anything, because of this const here, about Gameboard Editor. And that's enforced, almost enforced at compile time. It should be enforced really, but it's not, but it almost is. Yeah, data that should not be modified. So I think actually it just needs to be Y and X. Oh, no, we already do that. X and Y. So let's just add these. Pond. Input boxes dot add. Correct. G.x, G.y. G.y11. His point, I thought you could just blindly ignore it. You could ignore it by not using it at all in your program. So you can ignore it if you want. A lot of people do that. I think it's more hassle than worth, really. Constant variables that don't change. Yeah, that's one of the uses. You can have variables that don't change. You can have pointers that don't change. You can have like the side effect thing that I mentioned. You can use it to inform the compiler which code path to take. You can use const like that, which is a little bit more advanced. So if you have two different code paths, you could send it through one code path if it's const and another code path if it's not. So this bounds here is actually in the wrong space, I think. So I might do that. Ah. Funberg, how's it going? Lad from Britannia. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And the grid dimension is actually... Oh no, we can't do it like that. What am I doing? I'm already doing that. Hello there from... I'm not sure where you said you were from, can't remember. Somewhere in Scandinavia, maybe? Maybe? Björg is very Scandinavian. How do you feel about them? Or rather, when do you find a use case for them? They're really good handling images, pixels in images. If you wanted to write borders in images and stuff like that, I use them a lot for that. Generally just like scanning through memory. Any type of memory. I don't really use them very much though, no. I'm more of a reference guy. Alright, there we go. It's in the wrong place. Because it's going from 0, 0, which is the centre of the centre of the pond rather than the middle of it. So check the actual Y is the right way around as well. Do you try and avoid pointers? No, I think they're fine. There are a few things like returning a raw pointer can be seen. If it's a hard API boundary, meaning that like it's the end of your API and someone else is using it from that point, returning raw pointers can be a little bit rough because it's not self-documenting how you get rid of that pointer. You have to look at the documentation, I suppose. Whereas if you return something like that encapsulates the pointer but explains what you need to do with it, then that's better. I read some of the source code of my brain. Yeah. It's null pointer. Logic.reset. So what I mean by that is if you just return a raw pointer to somebody else, like another person who's using your API, they don't really know what to do with that. Because it could have been heap allocated. To find out what to do with it, they have to look at the documentation. But what you could do is return a weak pointer of int, pointer to int. And that's self-documenting. That just means like this is weak, meaning you don't need to worry about it. You know, like my API will clean this up. Or you could return a strong pointer, which means you need to free it. You need to own this. You segfaulted. Oh yeah, I get segfaulted all the time as well. Loading a data that wasn't a pointer. Yeah, a pointer's only 8 bytes. So when you do any copies, you just copy in 8 bytes everywhere. If it's a value though, it's the size of the type. So when you're doing copies, you're copying a lot more. And then all copies might not be trivial, meaning it's not just a mem copy. A copy might call a copy constructor or a copy assignment or something. So copies can be very expensive. So pointers is good for that. Or references, like I use references for that. So I use the reference, I do this. But that could just be a pointer as well. There are a few things like, if it's a pointer, you should expect this to be null. If it's a reference, you don't really need to expect that to be null. If that ends up coming in as null, it's usually a bug. Yeah, that's why I choose it, yeah. I choose it for that. Because you know it's not going to be null. If I do pass in a pointer, it's because I want to sometimes pass it null. A null pointer. Uses pointers allocated by my arena. Yeah, cool, yeah. That's it. So references don't need new. And they aren't null. No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, references don't use new and they aren't null. If they end up being null, it's probably a bug. So I just want to make sure, actually, that the Y's are the right way around. That's the only thing that could be wrong. Oh, that didn't actually work. Why didn't that work? So they avoid pointer allocation, which is heap allocation. Not necessarily, no. You can make a reference. You could allocate something on the heap and then make a reference out of it. But you could also make a pointer out of something that's not allocated on the heap. So you could do something like... And then you could do like int reference is pi, like that. And then that could be the thing that you use. So it's still a heap allocation. But not usually. Like usually reference doesn't say how it was allocated, but pointer doesn't technically say how it was allocated either. That's the problem. That's why returning a raw pointer out of an API is a problem, because it doesn't say how it's allocated and what you need to do with it. Still continued refactoring the decompiler. Nice one. But that reference doesn't need to be deallocated. No, that's it. So there'll be no constructor call, no destructor called on either of those. So that doesn't need to be deleted. Just PI. So in the what I was saying before about weak and strong, this would be weak. This would be strong. P1 would eventually need a deconstructor. Yeah, PI would need to be deleted, yeah, eventually. If you wanted to. You don't have to delete it. It depends on like how long you want it to live for, really. Instructions can be inlined. Ah, cool. Yeah, that's it. That's right, Fu Manchu, definitely. Or you can have some really bad APIs where it doesn't even say in the manual. You're just like, all right, nice one. What do I do then? Which I've come across more than once. Yeah, it is, yeah. Not perfect, but it compiles awesome. Pointer owner. Specify ownership. You just want to return an object, really. And then the object could have a destructor in it if it needed to. Or you want to do your weak pointer, strong pointer thing. Meaning like you weak pointer, at least in this engine, if you get a weak pointer, you've got no ownership. And that comes with its own caveats, because if you don't have ownership, you can't really store it, because at any moment it could get deleted. But like Fanbjerg, who's doing his arena, memory allocation routines like an arena is one case where you would return a raw pointer, because its job is to give you memory, a pointer to memory. Use references on regular data. References on anything, yeah. So you can do this int A, and you could do int B is A, like that. That's totally fine. So if I do B equals 3, A becomes 3 as well. So this could be passed in, if you wanted to a function. If you wanted to be able to modify A from outside the function. That's what I would say, that's a side effect. So if you have a function like this, you should expect B to be modified, really, in this situation, because it's a reference to an integer. That would mean B is not going to get modified. This would also mean B is not going to get modified. But you're not probably going to find something like that. Access pointers directly. You want to use references where you don't want the you don't want the you don't want to be copying in to a function as an argument. So if I did this, right, big, like this, that's huge, right? So if I was to do this, that's a big copy. This is a copy. So B, so I do like big func A, like this. That means A is getting copied to B, and then it's worked on. Whereas if you do this, A isn't getting copied to B. B is just referring to A. So there's no copy. There's no massive copy. So that's a good place to use it. Load from memory. So store the result temp variable. It's used as input to another expression. It's not written in between the load and the use. Yeah, so you want like a lock, some kind of lock. You want a lock. For to do that. So you'd have like template class T lockable. TT bool locked. And then you just want like void lock, void unlock. And then this would be private probably. And then you would have well, it'd have to be a reference, really. I don't know if you have an opt-ref. Where it'd be like, if locked, return locked, opt-ref T, else T. Something like that. Do it. If you use a reference for big instead of doing a copy, does reference have a negative effect? So the only negative effect is B might get modified. And if you want to say as the API writer that you're not going to modify B, just put const there, and then that's what you would need to do. So if big A got destroyed or went out of scope, so if you did this, that should be a compile error. Otherwise, it can't go out of scope, really. But yeah, like you have to be aware that some things might go out of scope. You mentioned that. What if it went out of scope? So if you're returning it, big A doing a copy is bad, so you'd use a reference. However, using a pointer would also stop a copy. Yes, a pointer would stop a copy. You don't need to allocate it, no, you could do this. And that would send you a pointer to B. Which is fine. And lots of people write it like this as well. A pointer is a rebindable reference. Yeah. You can use a reference as a pointer. They're kind of the same in terms of they both point back to the original memory. Yeah. So there's no references here. So when I'm doing this, it's unfortunately the same character, but this just means take the address of, so it's not actually a reference. And without allocation, well, it's allocated right here. This probably wouldn't work right here because this is too big. This would cause probably a Stack Overflow, but like, yeah, it's allocated right here. Yeah, that's right. So it's not allocated on a heap somewhere. So this is called automatic storage. Or the stack. People call it the stack. On the stack. The program stack. Not allocated on the heap. It's allocated on the stack. Yeah, the program stack. So each program, when you actually have a program, it's got some stack space. It's like a megabyte usually. And you can allocate on it. And that's what happens every time you do something like this or this or this. Anything really. It's getting allocated on the stack. Doesn't stack run out of memory fast? Yeah. Yeah, it can do. Yeah. If I did this, it would probably... The compiler should tell me, I would say. They'd be like, whoa, that's big. Yeah, here we go. Says the total size of an array must not exceed that many bytes. Is it possible to fill up the stack without realizing it? Because that many big A would eventually get... Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have like too many layers of recursion. That's your stack getting full. It just causes a crash. But yeah, it can happen, yeah. You have to be aware of it.
If I slip through the cracks, monkey
So it's worth mentioning that, like, this gets pushed onto the stack, but when you leave the scope,
to obscurity,
it gets popped back off again. So you're not just filling and filling and filling and filling. Like, this will push a bunch on, and then when you leave this scope, it will pop it back off again. So yeah, you don't only get so many. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it gets popped back off, so you get to reuse that stack space later. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
if I can't stop the mobs,
Yeah, and then there's another thing called
mention my thoughts.
so say you want something like
I've been hunting
um
for all the hounds
say you want something like
right. If my shadow gets old,
number of ints.
or I do, don't let it be thrown to the wall.
Yeah, you can't do like
Madly hounded by trolls
int x number of ints
and out of control. Please remember
because it's not constant. But you might want to do something like that. So there's something called
pray my angels
allocate like that, which is just number of ints times size of int. So you can do this to cast it back to an int, which looks like a dynamic memory allocation, right? That could be malloc. But this is a stack allocation as well.
if I drown in flight.
So this is the same as doing that,
I'll rage in my
but you're allowed to have a non-constant
my
size.
masterpiece is a
It's the same as doing that.
just wheels spinning in the mud.
It doesn't support. Alright, cool, yeah.
And if my memory fades,
Oh, look at A is not the same as new.
crazy,
No, it's not the same as new, no, it's
my whole
a stack allocation.
life fades.
Just exactly the same as that.
I've ever known is set ablaze. Just think of me at my finest.
Called variable length of ray.
My beating heart
That's cool, that. So that will do an allocate under the hood, I assume.
for mercy to find God.
Allocate to the stack. Malloc does a malloc to the heap. Yeah, yeah. That's right.
If I stumble from grace, if I stumble from grace,
So obviously one of the things is like that compiles. Yeah. That also compiles, but that's going to blow the stack. So it's a little bit more like, you know, I don't want to use the word dangerous because it's not dangerous, but you know, it could crash your program. Heap. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Alloc A. Alloc A, I think, is Microsoft, but there'll be different versions for different compilers out there. A new secure version, malloc A. Interesting. So new is also heap. Yeah, there's two types of new. The default new, so that's heap. You could do this. Do that as well. No, that's wrong. That's it. Like that. Which is also stack. I think that's right. So that's also stack. So it's a little bit confusing. Into the heap if it fails, yeah. Which is, I suppose, kind of safe, but you're obviously using allocator because you don't want to use malloc. So but this new is called placement new, so this is another type of new, which is a stack thing. So this just allows you to call a constructor if you want into some random memory. New just does heap. Yeah, this isn't heap. This is new, but it's stack as well. So new's really about constructors. But yeah, the default new does do heap allocation. That makes sense. Alright, why is this not appearing in the middle? Never really use malloc. What is benefit of stack over heap? Stack's faster than heap. It's faster to get the memory. So, but few benefits, like it's faster to get the memory. It's also not prone to things like memory fragmentation like a heap would be. You're not going to fragment any memory. Which is really the main concern, is memory fragmentation over speed, I would say, if you're doing heap allocations. Right, so center is practically 0, 0. That's why. What's going on there? The stack pointer. Yeah, incrementing in it. Fragment memory. So fragment memory is where you have memory available, but you've got no place to put it. You know, you might have like a megabyte of memory, and then you might have every 1 kilobyte, you've got a byte free. So that means you've got a kilobyte free. But when you want to allocate that kilobyte, you can't do it because it's all in little 1 byte spaces in the memory block, and that's fragmentation. So there is the memory there, you just can't. So when you defrag a hard drive, that's the process of like getting all those little pieces that are free but unusable and shifting the memory around to make a big block at the end that you can actually use. Yeah, incrementing and decrementing an integer. So that's basically, it's like the memory arena idea that Van Bjerg is doing. So you're just basically allocating into an array, and then when you pop off again, you're just setting the array index to be closer to 0. It's not shifting the bytes, it's that you just can't find, there aren't enough blocks. There aren't any blocks big enough for what you need, for your memory size that you need. So some systems do shift them around, I'm sure, but that requires like, you need to be doing that from the beginning to have that kind of system. Yeah, it's not big enough, that's it. Yeah, that's it, yeah. The thing is, if you're doing something like a game engine, you're often controlling all your own memory. So it's something you need to watch out for. You've already reserved that memory off the OS. But yeah. How can you make it happen? Generally, if you run a program for a long time and you're doing lots of little bits of allocations, it'll happen. Yeah, you can make one, yeah. You could deliberately set one up if you wanted to. But it's generally if you leave your program running for a long time, and it's doing lots of little memory allocations everywhere, a variable size. If you've got a very unpredictable memory request size, like a pattern that's very unpredictable, it's really prone to it. You know, if the allocator doesn't really know what size of memory it needs to allocate before it allocates it, it can be prone to it for sure. A memory leak, not the same thing. A memory leak is where you can't free the memory for any reason. Or you choose not to free it. Like, it's not always a bad thing. You can just choose not to free it. It might be just a pain in the backside to free it, so you just leak it. And as long as you're not doing it very much, it's okay. But usually it's where you can't free it. So that's usually if you write over a pointer that points into the heap. Wasted memory performance. Yeah, exactly, yeah. All I tend to do is I have a little comment, have a little leak comment. Oh, not like that though. And I'll explain why I'm leaking it. And then I can just search for leaks, and if I want to fix them later, I can. But sometimes it's very expensive to free a pointer, so you just leak it. If you're like blasting over memory, which can happen, say you're like hot loading a level and you just want to like blast over the level with new level, and you've got some kind of really intricate memory layout for one tiny section of the level that requires you to go in and do a load of stuff to find the pointers to free them, you could just leak it. Right, I'm just going to get some coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Very dangerous. Very fast, very dangerous. I have a problem with my server. I've realised that Stream Elements is quite... Oh, it's because... Stream Elements is quite relaxed on refreshing HTML pages. It's because of, for some reason... So you didn't get the little ad wheel there, and that's because it's been deleted. Awesome. Alright, there we go. Okay, that's working now. Sounds very dangerous. There's a difference between leaking memory unknowingly and deliberately leaking memory, for sure. Yeah, Fu Manchu's right. You need to know, you need to come up with a system that is predictable in memory, in how much memory it needs to allocate, frame by frame. And then you'll be really fast. Really fast with no fragmentation. Good for generic use. Yeah. They're good for 90% of what you want to do. So center, ponds, bounds, center. Is bounds not being calculated? That is the question. Allocate game startup. Yeah, I mean, you want to do a bit of both, I think. If you load 1,000 levels, yeah. Or what happens if you got a game like Minecraft and you just adding content all the time? Like, those games need to be clever about memory. Yeah, they are fast already. This is it. It's like, that's why I'm saying fragmentation's more the thing that you want to be. If you're allocating kind of sparingly by pre-allocating lots of things, pre-allocating in your array more than one element, for example, you'd be fine. Allocate whatever they need. Yeah. The thing is, as well, is like most people have got 32 gigabytes of RAM now, don't they? Which is an enormous. Meanwhile, got me covered. Yeah. You only, I think, like a fast heap and a memory arena is probably enough. Unless you've got some really, really specific case. Pond bounds. Center. It's not center though, is it? It's center plus pond. It's pond bounds width height over 2. That French guy's singing again. Got a nice voice.
de boire le monde sans en compter les gouttes. J'ai trop
There we go.
contre ma liberté quand dans ton vol tu
That kind of looks right to me. What I might do is make a weird one.
Ces lointains petits paradis qui nous aura échappé à deux.
So do center inflate by the radius center.
Sans le jugement de tes yeux.
Oh man. YX, XY. So on all the Y's, on all the X's, let's just do 2. When in doubt, profile. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Take a look at Tracy. Yeah, I have taken a look at that. It's really good, isn't it? What I've got on up all the time is these things here. So I'll have like, how many Malaks? 23,000. What's the size of the free list? 163. 3 blocks in the heap. Committed, how much memory is out there in the game? 278 megabytes. And then this one's important. So this is like how many Malaks and how many frees this frame. And this is good for catching memory leaks. If that was 160 and that was 157, it would be leaking unknowingly. So I have that up all the time, and that helps a lot. So we can check that we're not. So if fragmentation was happening, this would be rising. This would be going up and up and up and up and up. And if we were leaking, this would be bigger than this. There we go, so this is a weird shaped one. Okay, so it's not right, it looks like it's going... It looks kind of flipped on its side actually. It's a bit weird, I've got an X and Y the wrong way around. Yeah. Built-in MSVC profiler. I haven't used it enough to know. It probably is because it's specifically for that, isn't it? Oof, okay. Got X and Y the wrong way around there as well. Oops. Shows how much I've been paying attention. Okay, so it's not quite right. It's definitely the right shape. It's just this scaling thing. is trade. Tell you what I use most of the time. This. You can spot memory leaks in here for the most part. Yeah, so it's not exact. It's not 0, 0. No, it's plus. Yeah, cool. Yeah, when we're getting to when the game has got a lot of content, when I start making this, when I get into proper production of this game, I'll have a really good look at Tracy. To be fair, I don't think there's going to be that much memory. Probably will be able to allocate everything at the start. At least for like all the content anyway. What's going on there then? It's the center of the origin point seems to still be the center of that original circle. For some reason. The first time I've heard it Woot Dragon. I think that's the first time I paid attention to it. There are actually some pretty good songs on this royalty-free radio thing. Or they just mine plus X. Plus XY maybe. We'll try that. I'm at the point in the day now where I just type stuff in without trying to think about it. 5 hours in. What's going on? Windows security has got it. Given this is like the most launched program. Now, how do I do this now? What's going on? Is it Defender? Windows security. Apps and browser control. Yeah, I know. Literally no idea what's going on. How do I even turn this off? It can't be turned on without reinstalling Windows. What? That's mental. I don't get it. I don't understand. Right, I haven't blocked it this time. This is the only blooming program I launch. Right. It's a translation, some kind of translation going on there. Yeah, they're just listening to this conversation, aren't they? Someone at Windows are just like, oh, not running that program. He'll be doing some harm to his computer. Hi Jess Ghost, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Oh my god. I need to sit down and think about this. What's actually happening here? I'd say that was kind of correct. Because this, we're not actually doing the translation, so we have to add it back on again. So it's not by 2. So this is just this, really. Trying to get the energy up to work. Yeah. I was feeling like this morning I just want to stay and read my book. I'm a bit tired. Know that feeling. Monday morning. What are you working on? Anything interesting? Anything good today? Yes, look at that. Huzzah. We need to make kind of a diagonal one, really, because I just need to know that the Y's flipped the right way around.
Taking my time as the sun it shines on me and everyone that has come to find this world is cruel, but there's nothing new.
That is a weird shape. That's good. Yeah, there we go. That's definitely working then. So these are the boxes we can use to determine if we're intersecting. So what we're going to do probably is We do have something in the canvas actually. Intersect cursor with image. I'm just wondering if that was gonna work with floating point images. No, it's just for just works for images, RGBA images. What are the texture? It would work with texture. No, it works. It's only U8. So the next stage, okay, these are our input boxes anyway. So that's the box. Oops. So we have our input boxes. So in intersect content now with pond. Intersect content for pond. This is where we say is hot there. Okay, so that bounds is that working then? Hear the news, air just tried to... Oh no. All the seasonal foliage. Ah, cool. Just to see that it didn't, just to see the way I did it won't work. Oh no. Rethink it now. Oh man. Fortunate. I hate that. Okay, so we should actually be seeing some stuff here. So I'm going to save that. Input boxes. Here we are. Position. So we're drawing it. So this is just because it's in the wrong coordinate system. Bit of a typo. So we should be able to intersect those boxes with the mouse. And then what we want to do is possibly... Nope. What happened there? I think that requires a rebuild actually. I don't think that built properly. What we want to do now is we want to actually, if one of them is hot, we can then go in, load the distance field and do a per pixel check. So, IGS Ghost, are you in Unreal Engine? I'm only saying that because you're using the word actor. I think that's a bit of an Unreal Engine terminology, is it? Maybe? Oh, look at that. That looks weird. There we go. What's happened there? But we're getting the actual purple box now. It doesn't seem to be interacting with the barrels or anything though. Oh yeah, it's because the purple box. So we're gonna have to do some Z. So the input system goes on size. Well, we can just use it to create a candidate, can't we? It goes on the size of this little box, obviously because the barrels are. Because the barrels are bigger, it's picking the. Occasionally, there it's not. It's right in the middle. It's picking the small purple rectangle over the barrels, but we'll fix. Well, that should be fine. That'll get handled elsewhere. So now what we need to get the actual cursor position. Well, put it up here. Can't type this morning. Or this afternoon, or what time it is. So we actually need a test P. And it's going to be the bottom left corner of the bounds. Minus the mouse position. Like that. So we do have a routine. Imaging world. Oh look, we say if CC is 4. So we can say else if CC is equal to 1, if BD is equal to 32, let's run it here. Image world position is position is bound XY, and the image is the distance field. So pond get distance field. All right. So we'll just get that out as well first. If not distance field, return result. Don't actually need the mouse position doing that. So this is us now doing a pixel detection based on the distance field. It's not actually implemented for 32-bit float though, which is here, so we'll have to write that. Okay, there we go. So we are managing to get into the right code path. So just get pixel float. If pixel, turn cursor position, curpy. See if this works. Doesn't look like it. Probably because the world position is wrong. Bounds XY. No, that's wrong. Image world position is not bounds XY. It's pond bounds translate position to XY. There we go. So we need to find one. So that's doing, although you can't quite see it because it's of the shader. Let's just return. What do we want to return? The distance, wherever I get that out. D. Depth. Is it depth? No. Depth. This one. Okay, there we go. That seems to be working all right. Check you can see that. So we've got per pixel. All right, cool, happy. So Let's just check that in after we've built it. So this is where we can actually, so this is not an intersection, this is just a candidate. We need to make a candidate because it needs to actually pick the right right one based on Z. So the Z is going to be, have to work it out. Or we just say yeah, we'll just say the Z is the mouse position Z, possibly. So we do need the mouse position. We say Z bias or Z is Z or canvas get Z mouse position Z bias or Z plus instance dot Z bias. And that'd be the Z value in this candidate. And that's just input box. The area, we'll say the area is pond bounds area. And we can just break out of that. We have our intersection candidate. My only concern with doing the Z on the mouse, I think it will be fine. I think it will be fine. Test it anyway. Because rivers, like ponds, are probably going to sit way back in Z. Oh, we've got some kind of, can't break out of there, unfortunately. Is it creating the input boxes? So if we pull, okay, so we can move it. Now we have the candidate, it allows us to actually move it. So what I want in this situation, you see, is for it to select the barrels, not the pink. squares. So it should have the Z of the barrels should have. It should be lower in Z. Oh, it does have a 19 in Z bias. Yeah, so what's going on there then? So So there, obviously, it does need to kind of be on area, doesn't it, really? Rather than Z in that situation.
The sun is setting fast, I know, and I can feel you bid me go, but I don't want to leave just yet.
Because I want to be able to select the thing underneath it. Alright. Let's stop drawing these quad outlines for a sec.
Won't you come and walk with me a while? Time don't stop, even in the middle of a dream. So turn the car around and leave. Meet me underneath the tree inside the valley that we made.
So that's 0, that's 0. So it's literally just the Z of. So it's minus 107 of the mouse. So we call get candidates. Then we're sorting. Oops. Get candidates. If candidates, we're sorting on Z. We want to sort an area as well.
So turn the car around and leave. Meet me underneath the tree inside the valley that we made. And with our hands we'll make the best of the life that we have left, and we will never say goodbye. And if we do, we'll meet again, knowing love was
Area.
sin, and I've never felt this way.
Oh, just area. Not function. So we have per pixel collision or intersection with the ponds now, which is good. So now I just need to render what we want to see. Okay, so let's try and get around here without anything. Area 219. So we'll say just temporarily here. Candidates get count is equal to 2. To be fair, I don't know what I'm returning for area for the barrels. Because it's not 2. What happens when the flag goes underneath it? Candidates is never 2. What? Okay. What's going on there then? Intersect content. Normal. It's not hot. Ah, it's because it needs to be blooming hot. Yeah, it's never gonna be 2. So what happens if I just delete that for a second? We are definitely already intersecting with the texture. To be fair, this should probably be the other way around. We should checking whether the input box is hot, then intersecting with the texture. I think that is actually working. Okay, so we'll do this for now. We'll see how rough that ends up being. So what we need to now is we need to do draw intersection candidate for pond. Which is going to be canvas auto pond is equal to instance get data pond content data. Can't do it if there's no pond. We need to do the position is the candidate p plus instance position, and then we need to do canvas draw lines in world offset pond get points is there not a get points? I've lost the IntelliSense there now. Pond data. Oh, okay. Spline points. I'll get points. Call it. So this is an intersection candidate. So it's yellow. Line Z max. Return true. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, no problem. Yeah. There's no. There we go. So it does picks the correct one. I have to just watch doing it on area and Z. Cool. Intersect content. So we just don't want to do this draw. Intersect content for pond. We don't want to draw this box anymore. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. And that's it. That'll be the full intersection test. So it's a little bit shaky there. That's because we have some problem with the input boxes. Some rounding error or something. Not lining up. Oh, it's not letting me select it though. Weird. So we need to fix that. I've had that for a while. Where it's flickering. Found something from a YouTube. Alright, cool. So I wonder why it's not letting me select it. We're intersecting it. Set. Get intersection candidates. The AI slop war has begun. Check that out after stream. Cheers, Root Dragon. Okay, so look, because we're actually setting it on an input box. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Intersect content, normal. Oops. If canvas is hot, input ID. Let's put that back. His name is Big A. We have a bar. in my town called the Big A. I mean, it used to be a seedy bar, seedy, horrible bar. Okay, Fanbjerg. So I don't have an AST. I want to make it eventually. Print out some metadata. Would you use recursion or something stack-based? Mostly thinking about the brackets. Don't know where the if statement begins and ends. You'd use a stack probably, I imagine. Use the right indentation. So you're saying you can't use a stack because there's the bracket, don't have the brackets. As I know where the if statement begins and ends, and I need to be able to use the right indentation. Yeah, I'd have a stack. I'd do a stack. And obviously the tab indentation's the size of the stack. Yeah. Yeah, recursion or stack, yeah. It's usually done in a stack, I think, for stuff like that. That's what I have for mine, for this, with the tabs. Because it's just a stack that gets pushed on and off. And then I know how many tabs to have append onto the, or prepend onto the start of the line. Yeah, cool. Okay, so that isn't working because the input box is too big. Let's make this input box. Make another input box.
Playing your heart out, traveling hard.
So this is pond bounds.
Small town bars with pretty much nothing but a few blues harps. Hard living, don't care who you are. And hard living, it don't come cheap.
Freeze use recursion did work. Oh yeah, recursion can be quite difficult, can't it? Yeah, recursion can be quite difficult. I have done them where you set state and then jump to the top, so you have a go-to to the top. I think in this case a stack's probably going to be the way to go. I think potentially what we want to do here, rather this input box is just because the thing's so big. The input box here is because we're doing it those little purple squares, stopping the thing behind it getting triggered. So what we need is this needs to be a proper mouse intersection. if box intersect test P, or if not that, continue. We don't actually add this as an input box anymore. Intersect. It's not mouse. Position minus mouse P. Position is just in world space, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. Maybe. We'll see. No, it's the wrong way around. It's mouse P minus position. We want to go into the coordinate space of the input boxes, I believe. That's good because that means we can break out of here. There we go. What happens if we put this down here? How difficult is it to select? So it makes it quite hard. I mean, it ain't bad. And it means that no matter how crazy this shape of this river gets, this is going to work. It's alright. Okay, cool. So, what do we want to do? We want to do draw. Well, draw intersection candidate for pond is it's the same as draw focused content for pond, which we don't have yet. We actually want to draw it white, I believe. Let's focus content. And then we want to do draw properties. Draw brush instance properties. For rivers, for ponds even. And then we're just going to go canvas, draw label. Oh, yeah, pond. Okay, so it's selecting this, which is good, the white line. No properties though. for some reason. Oh, it's because right now it can only be accessed from the paint mode. That's why. I am a pond. Yeah, I need to fix that. I need to figure out what that... So how these get drawn depending on which one of these content brushes are selected. I am a pond. I'm going to work with this. Yeah, cool. And also, does it work in the brush? Yes, in the prefabs. So this outliner is quite bad on performance. We drop like 7 FPS with the outliner. Kind of need to figure out what's going on there. Right, cool. Right, now we need to think about... Now I can select them. Need to think about editing the points, adding new points in. The river is a similar thing. It's in draw focus content, I think. We have this thing called editing points. So I think what we're going to do is basically the same thing. Almost the same thing. So draw focus content. We're going to go static inline bool editing points. Editing points. If canvas, get input window. Left mouse double clicked. Editing points. Not editing points. Equals not editing points. If we're editing points, we just want to draw the like widget of what we're editing. So that would be canvas. Well, auto spline. It's the pond spline. For auto CP and spline. Get control points. I'm going to go canvas draw. Draw quad in world. CP inflate. Make it a little bit of a box. A yellow box. Quad Z max. And then we want to go canvas draw lines in world position. I might actually say that these are the control points. Also yellow. Line Z max. This is actually a translate as well by position. Alright, let's see what happens. So if we double click, we're going to editing points basically. And then we'll see the little widget. Draw quad in a world. Yeah, draw quad in world. That's right. So there's two coordinate systems, you see. You can draw it directly on the screen. Or you can draw it in the world. Have it move with the camera. In a world, yeah. There we go. So do we want to probably have it go back to just being a square? This summer. Alright. So I'm going to delete this, yes. There we go. That's our widget. So that's what we're going to be able to drag the points around with. Add new points, delete points. Change the shape of the pond, basically. Got half an hour. Should be able to do that. So this is the control point, right? The bounds of it anyway. So we're going to go for index ref p point cp's or pcp like this, and then we're going to go auto box ID or input box or input ID, whatever you want to call it. Add world input box. The box is the bounds, and the name will just say is instance ID with P. Let's say if canvas is hot. Input ID. Let's draw that one. If it's hot, we'll draw it pink. Hot pink. There we go, so we can actually highlight over them. Not there though. That's probably because it's an anchor point. That's 2 points. Okay. Because the way this I think works is it's a line that connects onto itself to make a rectangle. And then we just want to say if canvas is focused. If it's focused, we want to move it. So we want to do input window, left button, just dragged. Well, canvas, get drag, get word space drag. So the drag is that. If drag and drag length squared may as well get the window. So we're gonna have to ask if it's the left button that's dragging. If window left button just dragged, we need to actually pop on an undo redo state. Which we don't have here. That's annoying. That must be one of the reasons why. Definitely we need to provide the actual board and stuff here. That would be nice. So we can't do the undo redo here. It would be CP plus drag's not optional. CP plus equals drag. There's no undo redo there. Okay, that's not working. Oh, I need to return false. I know it's focused. We can't do it here. That's it. It's focused, meaning that if we move it, it's the mouse that's gonna move. If we move the mouse, it's the thing that's gonna move. Okay. So we basically just have to add in the input box like that. And it needs to be intersect content where we do the moving, I think. Yeah, that's why we're doing it here. I think. Maybe not. Where are we actually doing the moving of the points? Draw intersection candidate. No. Where are we doing the moving of the points then? for rivers. Oh, it's in drag focused content. Yeah, drag focused content. Okay, so we need drag focused content for pond. She's got some such as that in it, whatever it happens to be. Okay, so if it's just dragged, we do. Oh, we don't have the game. We don't have the thing to push the undo redo state. Oh, we're already doing that. Yes, that's what this drag focus content is all about. So we need to do that. We need to do that. And then I need to ask. So we need to go auto pond equals instance get data. And then auto position is instance position plus focused content P. Did we just delete out of there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Control points. So auto control points on spline. Get control points. And then we don't actually have to add a input box. We just have to do gen ID here just to get the ID back. So what I want to know is how we push an undo redo state here. Oh, it's already happened. Yeah, that's right. Confuses me all the time, that. So that should allow us to drag the points around. There we go. Obviously nothing's happening because we need to regenerate the distance field and everything. So do we have an after drag? We don't have an after drag. We need that. we've got after paint, after preview. Okay, we need an after drag. So void after drag instance, and that's going to be probably just take all these again. And I need to do pond refresh. Believe. So we need to actually, so this has to happen when we release the mouse button.
Running soon.
My shadow, I can see getting closer. Come with me, surround my shadow, surround. I can see getting closer. Come with me, surround my shadow.
So we need the last dragged content as well. Then.
Come with me, surround. I'd give my life for just one embrace from the heavenly light around me. From the heavenly light.
As if canvas just get input window. Just up. So we basically need to know the drag candidate. Which one we called. We do start something similar for the last preview. Last previewed content type. So wrapped type storage, last dragged content type. I'm going to say if handle drag focus content, last drag's content type set drag candidate. We need to get it. We need to get it. Again. So it's just this. And say is type drag candidate. Do drag candidate after drag. What's it? Content. After drag content? After drag instance. Canvas instance. Focused content. Move mode. Okay, as long as we can get these, which are all focus content, instance, move mode, we can. So, but this might not be actually set. This might not be available for the actual type there. So we just need to check with that, which is a concept. They are all defined. We'll do it here. Well, where should we do it? Drag focused content. So I'll do it here. We'll say template. E-content type. Concept. Has after drag instance well, if we just pass the class in it, the class in. It's type and then all of these. That's nice. Let me do stacked. That's new. If that's actually a thing. Is that real C++? It's not. Okay. Right, so now we can say if constexpr has after drag instance drag candidate, can do it. So all after drag instance really wants to do is refresh. It also needs to rebuild the input boxes. So that should actually probably happen in refresh. Let's just see if we actually get it anyway. So if this works, we should see the pond change after we release it. Yeah, there we go. What we're not doing is rebuilding the input boxes. I don't think. Oh, it looks good though. For some reason. Oh, it's because we're still doing the per pixel collision, but yeah, we do need to rebuild the input boxes. So that happens on the content painter there. Pond. This is, we go through all this thing to like rebuild the input boxes here. This could just happen in refresh. So we do all this, and wherever we're doing pond, we have the distance field. It's IM2. But we may as well get it back. Well, wherever we're doing pond arrow, it's just this. Alright, so these bounds actually need a different name. Local bounds. This is local bounds as well. So this is input boxes, clear or empty. Then we fill them back up again. So that happens whenever we do refresh now, which means we don't even have to do after paint instance anymore. So we do need to actually, on inset content, see that this is working. Draw these boxes. We'll do it here. Or auto box in pond input boxes. Draw quad outline in world box, translate position. So it's the world one. Just draw them white again in max. And if this works, I'm gonna have to head off, pick my kid up from school. I've got quite a lot done today. Almost ponds done, apart from Well, we need to add and delete new points, and we also need to do the properties. Alright, so if we call refresh, there we go. So it's generating the new input boxes, the white boxes there. Okay, so we've also got a problem with undo, redo with this distance field. If we want to undo the distance field, we need to put it back. To what it used to be. Point works. So how do we want to do that? We have to call refresh basically on an undo redo. So close, yeah. It should be okay. I mean, we do have... So where we are doing the drag... yeah, I wonder. So this is to do with this serialization stuff. The distance field path. We have handled this somewhere else. It's like called a content path or something. So maybe if I just changed this to content path and we do fingers crossed, it works. There's a problem here. Ensure exists. We'll see, eh? So we'll just have to... We need to delete the river again. Or the pond even. I'm going to have to head. I'll have to head regardless, really. If we do it like this. That didn't work. It's not regenerating the distance field. Right, I'm going to have to leave that for tomorrow, though. That was a good stream. Go and pick up my kid. But yeah, back tomorrow, hopefully, around 9:30 in the morning. So yeah, see you later. Thanks for watching.